All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get some work done on some bounties. And nobody bountied a SCSI work? Can you believe it? I will say, though, that the bounties that we have here, some of them are going to take some time. Some of them might be a little bit easier than we think. So for that extent, the first thing that I'm going to do before I do anything else is I am going to begin investigating a claim that I have made to myself about how abilities are set up in Cosmonarchy in Starcraft 1. Hey, what's up, Lord Dragon? Welcome. One of the things about abilities is that typically it was sort of common knowledge or accepted custom that you would need a few components of them. If you're making a custom ability that accepts a target in StarCraft 1 and you're modding it, there were 3 components that you needed. 4 if you count the code, but just in terms of data, you needed a tech ID, you needed an order ID, and you needed a weapon ID. But it turns out you actually don't need a weapon ID if there's no weapon associated with it, if there's no missile created and impacted, etc. If it's just something that occurs that a unit handles all on its own in code, you can skip the weapon. And I didn't know this until pretty recently. And if we go to the Blissful Embrace for the Matroleth, it does have a weapon associated with it, but it doesn't use weapon targeting. So, in theory, we actually should be able to just use that weapon ID for other things, and we shouldn't need to worry about anything else. So, I'm a little interested, confused, and I want to run that down. I want to see if we can make this happen. So, first of all, we will find Blissful Embrace as a weapon ID, and we will take a look at where it is invoked in terms of its weapon ID, and it doesn't look like it's invoked anywhere. So we might be able to just go ahead and delete that. Now, that doesn't free up a weapon ID because it was already being used for the Orly Mallet. So realistically speaking, this should probably be able to be set to none. Or 130, which is the old none. And maybe that's enough for that particular thing. We'll go ahead and validate that the ability can still be used, but it was being able to be used just fine earlier. And yes, having a 4th race is definitely more things going on in the game, that's for sure. Yeah, you're absolutely right there. But we can also think about a few other things, so like... let's see. We're going to take a look at all of the... I think what we should do, actually, is... Yeah, ability targeting for things like Hypnagogue through the Looking Glass. I don't think we need that for a weapon. Let's go to Hypnagogue, or I guess through the Looking Glass. Yeah, it's actually listed as having no weapon targeting. So hold on, is 183 used somewhere else? It is not. So that would, in theory, be a weapon ID we could use for something else. An SCSI unit, a factional unit. I've been looking for a weapon ID that we can use for the Hekaton Valkyrie replacement, the Golden Republic Valkyrie replacement, the Quadriga, which is still listed as Valkyrie in the name, so we definitely need to fix that. That was a bit silly. And we'll say, I forget what we were gonna call the... I had some idea for the Quadriga. Maybe I wrote it in the notes here somewhere. Oh, it's actually... Do I have a Quadriga? Yeah, Reinforced Gunboat. Reinforced Gunboat. That's what we had. What up, Dog Lived? The Inkblot takes over units. It's sort of like Mind Control, but you lose the unit for it. If you play Warcraft 3, people have been comparing it to Possession from Banshee. I'm not sure what the SCSI Siege stuff will look like. I mean, SCSI Siege is a weird role for SCSI to have a lot of success at. I kind of like the idea that they're more about like charging in or, you know, disabling enemy units or structures or something, rather than sieging. Like, they want to get more active, like they need to. They don't necessarily have the high-powered weaponry or armor that the other races have. So I'd probably look towards that. Like, their siege will probably be something more like something that disables things, right? So that's my thinking anyway. I'm not sure. Were we able to just build? Did that work? Oh, I guess we have to wait until it does. It might throw an error that's like referencing the weapon ID and code somewhere, but it doesn't turn out to be an issue here. Yeah, this is proc on hits. We don't actually care about that because it's not a real weapon ID anymore. And then it looks like we have something in here, which is through the looking glass, which we can now remove. So this is 183, weapon ID 183. So I guess we'll call this one Quadriga Rockets. But what are we going to call it? Zerg here. What up, Beaver? How you doing? Thanks for the Zerg here. Yeah, there's not going to be too many. I already told you that, Lord Dragon. There's not going to be too many big units for Escozi. They don't have large units per se, you know? Most of their units are going to be a little bit easier to deal with than, like, in terms of scale. They're not going to have really tall, large, big units or whatever. That's not currently in their spec. So, the God Hand rocket. That's pretty good. Okay. So, let's go to Terran Factional. And we know 183 is our ID here. We'll say Quadriga God Hand rockets. And then that will be handled there. Weapon fire. Interesting. I don't think we need a weapon ID for rematerialize either. We will find out. What up, Kasuga? Now we need a sound effect for the Escozi Pog. Yeah, I don't know actually what it'll be. There's that sound clip from yesterday's stream where I started going full goblin mode on a ridiculous evil villain laugh about the fact that the Escozi drop-down menu was like the option to select Escozi was populated. Okay, so we have two things to verify now that we've made those changes to the game. First thing we need to do is verify that the Matroleth behavior still works. Right? We'll go ahead and handle that. And then we also want to do the Hypnagogue. And there you go. Seems to be working just fine, no issues. Has to target enemy units, so that part is handled. And then we should be able to just go ahead and do this. Seems to be working fine there, so I'd say those are good. Let's go back to... Was it under weapon fire? Yeah, so let's take a look at the rematerialize order, because that's interesting too. Salvage doesn't need a weapon, of course. We already identified that. Technically, Optical Flare. Optical Flare might not need a weapon, because it could just... it has a projectile. I think if it has a projectile, it needs a weapon. I think that's typically where we think about it there. Also, I have not fucked around with extended orders yet. I have no idea if those work. We'll probably try that. So we did prefix everything with usability, so that actually should allow us to search for everything that has a weapon ID associated with it. Interestingly enough, disruption field, since it's a toggle, didn't need a weapon ID either. So we can go ahead and set that one to nothing. Let's see. Tyranny does technically need a weapon. We could probably overhaul it to not need a weapon, and then you wouldn't have the beam that flies towards the malefactor. But it would just become like selected, which would temporarily reduce some of the cool factor, I think. But so this is now oral assault. Good to keep those updated. No weapons there. The lobotomy warhead needs a weapon because it's a projectile. Of course, Yamato cannon. And then lobotomy grenade needs a weapon. Interesting. So Carapace Swarm is technically a weapon. We might be able to replace that. That will require some code. Interestingly enough, ID 56? What is 56? That must not be used for that. Oh my god, wow, look at that. All right, well, let's go figure out what... Hello, Visual Studio? Can you translate hex for me? Oh, okay, let's do 56 is our decimal value, and we need 38. Yeah. According to this, the Matrolith Parasite weapon ID is still a weapon ID. I guess it is a projectile, and then it spawns the Vilgalith. That kind of makes sense. Of course, this is a deprecated ability. We can actually just preemptively, since the Sarathiel is actually going to be on our list for implementation details here, we can pop into here and mark one of these as our Divine, was it Discipline? Yeah, Divine Discipline. And that's what we're going to call there for that ability. We won't need, I don't think... We should be able to implement that without needing a weapon ID. My hope is that we can do that anyway. And then Hijack, we obviously know doesn't need one, so let's check for more usabilities. Recall does not need one. And then... yeah, Scanner Sweep, I guess, is probably open for business. Let's find out. Order ID 39. Oh, well, it's also in fucking Hex. It is 8B. Place scanner, yeah. I mean, it could be that there's a lot of hard code associated with that order ID, so we might not want to replace that one, but it is technically available. I'll just mark it with unused. I'm not much of a fan of the Tal'Darim, personally. But I don't like most of the stuff in StarCraft 2, so that doesn't take anybody by surprise, I don't think. Okay. Some of the ability weapon weirdness is what was causing these things. I don't think so, Beaver. These things are mostly floating point issues. I gotta talk with Vik about how he tends to pop them, because we gotta move on that, obviously. I'm kind of surprised a little bit that he hasn't already moved on it a little bit. But we'll get there. He's been busy on the fraud launcher. Oh, interestingly enough, the Carapace Swarm doesn't seem to bother using weapon targeting. It doesn't have the use weapon targeting thing. So why would it even need to? Question mark? What happens if we just do that? We might then have a weapon entry for the Carapace. And then we got Ultra 7 in the chat. I'm pretty sure... Isn't that you, Ultra 7? You're not Marsupial, right? Marsupial is somebody else. Doctor something. Pudoza says... Puduza. But the 5th and 6th races. 5th is Blood Summon, which is like... Malice Incarnate, I guess. And then there's the Kogri, which are... You could think of them as a Cosmonarchy or whatever. Me, I'm the guy. my take on an orc type, 40k orc type race. But there's a lot of differences there. They have green skin. They're not spores. They don't have like a... There's definitely going to be a lot different, but that's like the closest allegory I can compare them to off the dome. No, Blood Summon are not Blood Elves. Blood Summon are like actual demons. The only callbacks to other races you'll see in their design are incorporated into their structures. Like they have like human skulls as entire structures, basically. Stuff like that. I was going to do the... Yeah, they're not going to be very comparable. Interesting. So it does definitely break. It looks like it's probably using the weapon range. But why it doesn't use the weapon targeting, so what's up with that? That's so weird. Oh well, we'll figure that out later. Like I said, maybe we can change that. Divine Discipline is 121. 79 in Hex, so... We'll double check this order ID, see if there's any hard code for it. It's really funny. that exchange is very fun. Chat. So that was 121. So a part of me wants to create a generic ability that is shared by multiple casters. Only problem is the tech needs to be different, right? So there are some issues with that, but that way we wouldn't have to worry about running out of order IDs, although I think extended orders probably work fine, so it's probably not a bit. Orcs in space, we did it. What's up, Ire? Yeah, Shopkeeper Dog, who was also welcome in the chat, welcome, Shopkeeper Dog, is just talking about the description of the Kogri. Technically, I did go into a lot more detail about what they're like in a donor stream recently, so I'll drop that later. How do you explain Warhammer 40,000, Lord Dragon? Explain that! Oh yeah, this was originally spawned. Okay. Yeah, Psystorm also doesn't use weapon targeting, but still has a targeting thing for it. So I'm guessing that that's still used. I know that that weapon is still used, so that's just some wonkiness. Because the Plague doesn't use it either, but the Plague weapon is for sure used. I think Consume is technically available. Isn't it available for one of the heroes? I think Infested Kerrigan might have it. No, I guess not. Yeah, that would make sense. There's not really much of a use for it anyway. I don't think he's got it either. Yeah, okay. So I guess what we can probably do in the meanwhile is... oh, we wanted to see if Rematerialized was in here, in this list somewhere. But I don't think Consume is necessary. Let's go to... 61 on the weapon ID. What is 60? Well, God, the way we're still stuck here in Hex Hell. 3D! Yeah, so Consume isn't used anymore, so I think we can go ahead and tag this unused, and we'll just replace it later. It's not that big of a deal. I don't know what we'll use it for yet, but we do have that open. Let's go back to here. And snare is also not a thing anymore, so I'll just mark that with unused as an order ID. We can definitely repurpose this for... Or maybe it's not. Maybe the order ID is actually used, but no, it's not. Okay, that's all I needed to know. So this will probably then be our usability... So Divine Discipline was 1, and then it was Rejoinder. I don't remember what it was. Rejoinder of what? Faith? Service. Kind of the same thing. All right. That's fine. So we have to link a tech ID to those later on. We will do that. Stasis Field has a weapon proc. Hallucination has a weapon proc. That makes sense. Then we have Heal, which does not have a weapon. Okay. This is usability. I think the fact that Rapid Rendezvous also uses the Rematerialize is a pretty good indicator that you don't need them. The weapon ID is probably not necessary there. And then we have hijack here, and then salvage, which is all the way down there. So let's take a look at the rematerialized stuff now that we've taken off the weapon ID and see if we need to patch any code or anything. I'm going to be implementing more custom abilities over time, so I do need to factor that in. But yeah, that feels like it's working fine. Yeah, okay. And then what was the other one? Vicar was rematerialized like that. Okay. Well, they're both working fine. So now we just go into the weapon IDs and we clear them from rematerialize, unused. So we'll mark them as that. We don't need to actually clear them out just yet. But that frees us up with a few weapon IDs. We've got consume, for example. Neither of these two should be too concerned about weapons. I thought maybe there would be a projectile that creates the field for Divine Discipline. It's not required. We can just have it immediately appear. That's fine. But yeah, what was I in the middle of saying? Basically, I'm going to be implementing custom abilities a fair bit. Just in general. So it would be really nice to have a pretty concrete understanding of how that stuff is implemented, how that stuff works, and seeing where that goes with regards to, like, leave myself a tutorial or something. What is the process for assembling all this stuff? I got to figure that out. Because there were a lot of really silly points with salvage and stuff where I just wasn't doing it properly. I think if I was going to give you, give whoever a crash course on how to implement a new ability, it would be a good idea. This would be a good stream for it, because we're going to be implementing some stuff for the Sarathiel here. And up first is Divine Discipline. So maybe we can find an unused tech. I see Personnel Cloaking and Infestation are marked as unused here. Let me just pop into GPTP and verify that. In fact, we should probably clean out all of them just to make sure. Looks like Personnel Cloaking is indeed unused. That's the original enum. So now we can come up to Terran and we can say Divine Discipline. And it is originally, I guess I'll call it Ghost, because that's the Brood War term. Ghost Personnel Cloaking. And then the other one was, what, 12 for Infestation? So we can say this is Rejoinder of Service, and it's Infestation. Let's just make sure 12 isn't actually used here. Yep, looks like it's clear. And then, yeah, we should be able to just go ahead and pop those in there. I will do a quick search for Tech ID Infestation to see if that ever pops up here in some context that we might need to worry about. Okay, this looks pretty important here. But that's for actually casting the ability, or casting the behavior, or whatever, right? The issuing of the order. So we can go ahead and do this, and then rejoinder of service, and then just null out the other orders. And then we need to come into here. And I don't remember, did we actually pick an order ID out already for... We did. 146 is our order ID for rejoinder of service. Let's go ahead and just call this one what it is. Rejoinder of service. We don't typically... I was doing the calculation of... I was doing this with the name because I was used to weapons. Weapons do have the unit name next to them. $12, by the way. It's a good number. So that was ensnare, is that right? Looks like it. Oh no, that was consume. Consume? Oh no, the consume was the weapon ID. I actually don't know what the tech ID is, or order ID is. Well, in order to resolve this question, we just go ahead and hop into here, orders.daddyx, open up a new instance of PyDat, then hit new, and then find 146, and it was ensnare. We're using the consume weapon ID, but the ensnare tech ID, because we're epic. And also, that's what modders have to do with sometimes. Sarathiel, unit augment, ability. Okay. So now we have rejoinder of service, which is the order there. And that was the only place that the infestation order was called out, besides tech transfer, which we don't care about because we just enable everything by default, like GigaChads. It looks like personnel cloaking is totally clear here, so we'll go ahead and do Divine Discipline and order ID Divine Discipline with the same idea there, right? So all good. We're all set there for the tech ID usage. It makes sense that it wouldn't be in use tech because personnel cloaking was a toggle and not something that required some sort of switch in that respect. So now we just go ahead and go to rejoinder of service, point it towards our infestation ability here, and then obviously rename this to rejoinder of service Sarathiel. And then we'll rename this one to Divine Discipline Sarathiel. And we come back over here. Not every unit's going to get 2 abilities, guys. That's definitely not something that happens all the time. But, let's see. And then the animation, we probably want it to be... like Special State 2. Special State 1 is reserved for Revive. So we'll put Special State 2 as the spellcaster animation for the rejoinder of service in case we want to have it be like different, play a different sound or something like that. We can also do all that stuff in code. So that's fine. What was the order ID we settled on for Divine Discipline? It's 121. Okay. We come over here and we can go ahead and set this to 10, which is what we need it for the energy. And then it is indeed that. For the icon ID, which is what the highlight is, I'm going to Sarathiel. The Divine Discipline right now is keyed at 241 for the icon ID. Oops, that's not it. And then there was 146 for the other ability. And I believe this is technically using the Irradiate icon, which is definitely going to change. Whatever, we'll just change it to that for now. Okay. So I do think that we will be in a pretty good spot here with regards to our data files. We've taken care of that. I think as long as you don't need a weapon entry for your stuff, you just need tech data definitions and orders DataX definitions, tech data DataX. And then we come into here. The icon doesn't matter. This is totally unnecessary to edit, but we do need to change the energy. That's actually all we care about for Cosmonarchy is the energy associated with it. Everything else doesn't matter. Who cares? So what is the energy cost of the Divine Discipline ability? It is 150, and then the energy cost of Rejoinder of Service is 50. So that is what we do here. Looks like Infest 2 is also a free order ID as a result of this. Just put unused next to it. Maybe we'll use it later. So that's the energy cost taken care of inside tech data. And we point to these with the right things here, which is how you get this link where it says usability and stuff, and you can do that. Jumping back and forth. So now what we should do is define a button. Let's get into a button set definition here. We'll go to the Azazel button set since that's a pretty similar one. And we should also duplicate the... I guess we can duplicate the Luminary definition for now. This does technically replace the Seraph, but we will also get a replacement for the Azazel at some point. But that's okay. That's something for later. Let's go to Azazel. This is Serathiel requires commandment. And then... This was Vanguard Specialist. And then we have string ID for requirement is 1503, and then enabled is 1502. Serathiel. Okay. We'll figure out the icon ID in a bit. Not too worried about that. As far as unit ID goes, we haven't defined that yet. We can pop into units.ex. Let's do Hekaton. Else. Okay. And for this, we can go ahead and copy paste the Serathiel. We go to advanced, making sure there's nothing too finicky about it. If we go to Azazel, correct. Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't have an attack. Okay. And then we come in here, 180 with 3 armor. And only 10 sight range, a little bit worse in that regard. So 547 is our unit ID there, so that's what we're going to plug into 547 here so that the button set is correct. Our icon ID is a little bit different. That's not that big of a deal. Let's jump into the Azazel command card. Serathiel. 5. So instead of having Defensive Matrix Azazel, this is going to be Divine Discipline Serathiel. And our tech ID for that was 10 and not 6, so we have to change that. And then our string IDs we'll have to pump in a bit. But we remember that our icon ID, if we go to tech data, is... Oh no, it's not in there. It's actually in orders for the highlight. So we'll do Divine Discipline as 241. So that's the icon ID we'll use for that. And then for rejoinder of service, we were using 242 right now. Rejoinder. Some of the Hydra mod units were like original concepts or whatever. It's mostly stuff that never got implemented, that didn't survive. That's what you're talking about when you mention the detection down here on 9. That's fine. But yeah, that's what you're talking about there. This is 12. And now we just need stats. The string, rather. So. All right, so those are our strings. It's 333 and 334 for the description of the ability. So let's go back here. And then, oh, the other thing, of course, we have to do under this location is we have to go into the Seraph definition here. Come down here, duplicate that. Our 547, I believe, was our ID there, Serathia. And then we have to go into orders. Let me just verify 547 is the unit ID. Yep. And under orders, we need to find these order IDs, 146, I believe, being one of them. Okay, 146 doesn't actually exist. Order ID. So we're going to go ahead and copy this here. And then we're going to call this one... I actually don't know if they need this, by the way. This order requirement might not actually be necessary. But it doesn't hurt. Rejoinder of service. And then we're going to copy this one for 120, I forget. 121. And then under tech, we'll scroll all the way up. We're going to say... Oh, that's not it. This is 547 Sarathiel. It is rejoinder of service. And this is the exact same thing we will copy over for this. And find discipline. So all of the grafting stuff should be wrangled, except for the fact that the actual icon for the unit is going to be different. Right now it's going to use the Azazel. We can quickly take a look. Maybe there's going to be a graphic lying around that I can use. Let's go here to... I think we mostly used all of the graphics that we might use for this stuff, but yeah, a support looking craft is pretty hard to come by mostly. In theory, this wouldn't suck, but it's a little too small. Check the Thorum. What's going on, Mimica? Oh, the grafting stuff you have to find inside the... inside root editor grafting. I haven't updated this in a little bit, so I can sync the latest stuff, but that's where I keep it. That's where all the TXTs are. So I have been distributing them. You just didn't see them for however you managed. I'm not really going to find a Terran-looking graphic here, that's for sure. Could use the golf cart, though. Yeah, we might be out of luck for looking for something like that. You can do it, Blender. I believe in you. Why is it like that? Apparently there's no pass-through now? What the fuck? Must be some way that Delta wrangled this. But why, though? I don't understand. I'll never quite understand the oddities of Blender, probably, but let's figure it out together, lads. Oh, Delta. What's up, Bitty B? Whose gun is this? Oh, yeah, look at that. Toggle X-ray. Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate that. Although I will say, it used to just work with Shift-Z instead, and now it doesn't. So. Still something is wrong. But because I don't know what it is, I'll just blame Blender. Okay. Well. Giving me underwater submarine vibes. Now we just append the materials from the Arhan, and we are pretty close to being ready to go then. Bit of compositing. Don't say that, Becca. Also, happy birthday. Hope you're doing well, dude. Also, shout out Jesse. What a legend. Soon we'll select a Scozy. And it's because of that, man! Fucking nuts. Alright, I think we are probably able to call this one ready to go. Trying to maybe flatten out the proportions a little bit on the side here. Just a wee bit. Yeah, we had a bunch of December birthdays, dude. We had Balathal, we had Biddy, we had Solstice, now we have Chembeka. And I think everybody is happy to celebrate Chembeka's birthday because we got an Escozy cast on his birthday. Seven. So we'll just wait for our Sarathiel graphic to pop in here and we can use it to create an icon. But in the meanwhile, I've isolated that the game icon or command icon thing is going to be 847. So that's what we can go ahead and plop in here for the Sarathiel. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go to button sets. I'm going to find the Seraph. And then we're going to duplicate this guy.
I am a hero!
Hi, Lucy. How you doing? I am doing bounties. I'm actually working on the Sarathiel as we speak. Can you believe that? Some observance, we don't mind that. Alright, that should be everything we need to have the Sarathiel actually implemented. So now we'll be able to make the unit, it will be a detector, but these two abilities haven't been programmed in, they've only been, like, place held, I guess you could say, like the initial structure of them is in. Where's my actual Sarathiel? Why didn't that get done? Something's fishy. Okay. Oh, I know what that is. That's easy. I had weapon offsets to find. Okay, so pretty good shape there. We'll start defining some other entries like flingy sprites and images. Oh, here. I'll have to see how big. I think actually we should make it medium. We probably need to pop into here, actually, thinking about it. Probably need to go here and say like 128 instead and re-render. But we'll take the Sarathiel render as it is. And we'll go ahead and delete those, re-render. I think it was 847. Mistake. Check. Yeah. That was a weird sound. Nah, I don't think you want to go to Windows. I'd be on Linux if it weren't for restrictions that make it impossible for me to work. Hey, what's the deal, homie? Just not run. I would not call what Windows does normal. I'll tell you what, it doesn't work normally, that's for sure. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. When I get back, the render should be done, and we'll be able to proceed with more work. So, yeah, just BRB. All right, I'm back. Oh yeah, Firefox decided to add AI to stuff. My girlfriend was telling me about that today. Look at that tiny man. It's probably too tiny now. We'll figure it out though. We're gonna go to images.tbl. Okay. Oh, except we know that we're also going to be using spellcaster stuff. So let's do... I actually can't remember if there is a 14 somewhere. It also contains almost a build. That's all I needed to know. So we're going to copy the cast spell for now. It's fine, but we can make them separate entries later if we need to. iScript entries. Let's see. Probably need to do that. Oh. Actually, no, it's fine. Looks correct. Except I might have not pointed the flingy and image entries correctly to the units and stuff. Yeah, it's still pointed to the wrong thing. There. That is 631. And this is 2223, I think it was. 2231. Always something to forget. AI in Chrome is not... AI is not cute. Definitely not cute. Do not accuse AI of being cute. That's like calling Satan pleasant. Oh my god, he's tiny. The engines are supposed to be like Vassal engines, which is 730. Looks like. So that's just an iScript error there. Okay. Actually, I don't think this is that bad compared to the Azazel. Yeah, it probably should be bigger, though. All right, let's go ahead and render him out. Their size increase. Meanwhile, we'll go ahead and finish up something in our button sets, which is to... We have to come down here to this section. 547 is our Sarathiel, and then we go to button set Sarathiel and say 54. What was it? Why magic? 575. Okay. Go ahead and do that. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. Opt-in AI. I just saw your message, Lucy. I'm really looking forward to... I'm looking forward to when my girlfriend moves in, we're probably going to spend some time seeing if we can IP block the advertising services with a router. And if we have to, like, buy our own router instead of using the one that comes with my internet service provider, then we will. We're definitely going to try that Lewis Rossman guide. We're joking about how our children are going to be so confused when they see an ad at a friend's house and they're like, what is that? Meanwhile, the inverse, when people come over our house, family or friends or whatever, and they're going to be like, huh, I haven't seen any ads here. Oh, I forgot to do the unit name. Yeah, it's a little bit better. Okay, so our strings are all keyed up. Everything is all good here. It already does try target stuff. Now we just need to actually process the order in different ways. We can probably use the existing code that we have. But it seems like everything is working initially pretty well. So we just have to actually program in the behaviors. Excuse me. I guess I need more water, guys. That's right, Milestone. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good time. Okay, I feel like what we want to do now is we're going to go to orders, route. And let's see here. I think we're just going to go ahead and duplicate stuff like this. So this will be order ID, divine discipline, and order ID, rejoinder of service. We're going to do the TriCast custom spell stuff. Let's go to I guess we'll do lobotomy warhead first, since that's like done in this way, right? I'm going to duplicate this for Sarathiel. Okay. So you need an order target for... You need a target unit for one of the spells. Actually, what we should do is we should just do target. So let's do it like this. And then we're going to say... Not sure if I should order to idle when it's a false TriCast, but let's see. Okay, so we're going to say for Divine Discipline, we only care about the unit's position, the target position. So maybe we would do something like if target unit, let's say... What's the big deal here? Okay. The range on Divine Discipline, I'm deciding, is going to be... Well, this Augment one, I think, is going to be... They're probably both going to be 6 range. I think that's probably fine. So for now, the ranges will be the same, but I might want to change them later. So that's why we are keeping them as it is. Fraud Scozy. Yeah, what's up, buyer? We got a new unit. That's what I'm implementing. Yeah. I don't know exactly what the difference is between those two. I am not on Wi-Fi, if that's the question. I have an Ethernet. Okay, so we have the position, we have the range. Alright, and this is actually handling the spellcasting part of it. So let's do Divine Discipline first. So here we're going to say... Alright, we're going to say... So if it is greater than or equal to, or no, just if it's greater than range. But we would want to invert this condition, so we're going to do less than or equal to range. Oh no, this is actually greater than range, because this is the error, right? So the error is you're out of range. So what you do here is you do all this, and then otherwise you do position.x and position. This is depending on if there's an actual target there. And then we have spell order with the tech ID for Divine Discipline. So firing the bullet is one thing, but actually we don't need to do that here. What we need to do here instead of firing the bullet is we need to create an effect field. So we're going to define that later. So we'll say effect field. We'll just leave that note for ourselves. And basically we'll spend the unit energy. So right now it'll spend the energy but not do anything. That's expected, but if we get to that step where it consumes the energy, we're actually in a pretty good shape already for the general implementation of it all. Okay. So rejoinder of service range, if you are not within the minimum range of the target, then you should move towards the... actually, I don't think we even need the set move at target XY. We already null check the target unit. So we should do that. It's pretty simple. Because we already do a, if no target unit, then you break, because it needs a target, obviously. And then we're going to do if spell order rejoinder of service, which we actually haven't plugged in yet, so we do need to fix that later. This is where we're going to spend the unit energy. We're going to do like to do audio visuals, and then we're going to say auto target ext equals target dot unit ext, and we'll say target ext timer rejoinder of service equals 5 times 32. Well, actually this should be Hekaton Sarathiel rejoinder of service timer, and then we'll just duplicate this as timer and stay 5 times 24. I think it's probably fine for 5 times 24. We don't need to do it too convolutedly. But yeah, then we just need to go into data ext here and duplicate the here and say timer rejoinder of service. And then while that's active, we go into it empowers their attacks to ignore armor. So I actually haven't thought about how I want to enable this. The low-tech way of doing it is just basically inflating the armor penetration. So get modified armor pen would basically have something kind of goofy where we go into here and we would say if unit ext timer rejoinder of service, and we would say armor pen equals 99 or whatever, right? Or I think it can be 255. I think that's probably the cap, because you can only have 255 armor. So I guess that's what you would set it to. Yeah, shop dog. Olympian Sarathiel. Or, you know, dilettante Sarathiel. Pretty pog. Now, for weekend wage, the higher seed just picks the map, so it's pretty simple stuff. It's pretty quick, too. It's not very... Like, in order for you to be playing for a long time, you have to actually go for a... You have to win a lot of games and stuff. So a lot of people are out quick. All right. Let's see here. All right. So I guess in theory, Rejoinder of Service will be active. The only problem there being that there are no audio visuals for it yet. One thing we could try to do is do some kind of epic overlay or whatever for the weapon fire. Like, where's the mimic? After successfully firing the weapon, yeah. And then we would do like if unit ext timer rejoinder of service audio visuals to do audio visuals. And then we can do something in here, right? So that's pretty cool. Well, I didn't consider that, but yeah, that's pretty bad, actually. How would that even work? No. Ah, yeah, get modified attack armor pen. Well, I guess we can't do that. She just starts dealing 200 A armor pen. All right, well, there's a different way to do this. Let's go to armor. Oh yeah, I guess we would just do if data attacker, or no, it would be attacker ext timer rejoinder armor 0. That's a more elegant way to do it anyway. That's fine. Okay, so we do need, there's one thing we do need to add in cast order, which is over here. So custom targeting is going to include the discipline, gender, and then we need can target spell, because we handle all of the error cases ourselves, so we don't really care too much about this stuff. Like, where is the... We would do rejoinder of service, and then we would say Divine Discipline can always do it. Okay. So those white listings that we just did should be fine for this sort of thing. And then it should be pretty good, man. Basically, rejoinder of service should just be implemented now, except for the poll. That poll is not implemented yet. So what we want to do is... Do you want it to be on a proper kill? Yeah, Jesse, listen, I don't envy your position, but I am very grateful you've decided to take it. It's so arduous to navigate a code base of fully no hints, unexplored, wilderness that you're in right now, code base wise. So let's take a look here. Let's do... Yeah, I think you probably would create the poll here. So let's go to the Anthelion. I guess we'll call this one... Yeah, I guess we should do pull towards... where is the Anthelion anywhere? Okay, that's the... Okay, so now we're going to go into here and we're going to say... I think that's still okay to keep in the method, but we'll see. Void pull towards... And we got to cast... No, it's actually Unit Destructor's special. And then this is where we need to go ahead and find like the brood spawn stuff. Rather than brood spawn, it's whole victims. What was the... Yeah, vision range, filter enemy, filter nest, building. I feel like that should be good. We'll test it. Chemical field of the target location. Yeah, Factional Empyrean would be pretty cool. Yeah. I think these two things are fully implemented, those two components of the ability. Then let's take a look at this. So creating the field. I think the field will probably be... We could probably make a white version of the... I don't actually remember where it is. It's going to be ion field or whatever. Probably entering them. Yeah, ion field right here. So this is currently this, but we can... Yeah. So I think what we'll probably end up doing here is doing 1 BMP per frame, and let's do Divine Discipline. And what we're going to want to do here is we're going to copy this and then go back to our faction folder. Call it Sarathiel Divine Discipline Field. And then we will go ahead and prepare some operations here to change this graphic. We're going to resize it. So let's do this. And we'll say, I think we can get away with something that is at 75%. But let's test that theory real quick. So if we go in and we do this, and we do our percentage there of... We would probably want a pixelage, actually. What even is our dimension? Okay. First of all, we're gonna do the opposite here. So 255 by 238. We're gonna canvas the size so that they're even dimensions. So it'll be 255 on all sides, basically. We're gonna run it through that canvas, and then what I'm gonna try to do here is quickly superimpose like a sample unit, like the Maverick graphic or whatever, and we're gonna see how many we might be able to fit in one of those effect fields if we shrink it down by a certain range. So if you look at the globals file for the diadem ion field, oop, I just had it. I was thinking 50%. It'll be in weapon damage for the diadem, I think. Apparently not. Ah, weapon effect, okay. Oh, it actually only says 3 by 32. That feels really incorrect. That feels like it probably isn't as widespread as it should be then. Because 3x30... Oh, no, wait. Yeah, radius is 3 times 32. Really? 3 range? I guess it is a radius around it. But we can probably take a quick look at it and see. I feel like that doesn't really compute to me. Yeah, it is actually fairly accurate. Okay. Well, in that case, we might do like 2 times 32 or whatever. Let's... For Divine Discipline, we'll do this. We'll say Divine Discipline. The duration of the effect... It doesn't specify. I'm going to say 10 seconds is probably fine. Target... Or no, it's position. We're going to do 2 times 32. Spread it as ion field for now. What is the elevation of 5? Unit, player. Unit. Oops. Well, you're not making the game, so that's my answer to you. Sources. Okay, and of course we need to actually write code to handle what the effect field does, but that should be all we need to do in game hooks for now. So here's what we'll do for the Divine Discipline. We search effect, filter, including self-filter. Should it be only ground units? I think it's probably fine if it also is air units. And rather than damaging, we are going to take that, oops. Unit ext, timers, timer. Or ext. And I'll say if mutual allies, unit, player, effect, source, player. And then we do else. Constants. I think the refresh rate for it will be fine. So we can probably just set it to like 3 or whatever. And then we just go to data ext for the timers. Yeah. And now we go to cooldown. Okay. That might actually be enough. Obviously, right now, it's just going to use the diadem field and the full size of it. So that'll be really off visually. But it should all work. And we just need to shrink down the thing there. Let's do... We can do 192, I think. Let's try that. Grenadier. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Let's do our guy. I think I still didn't I don't remember now. Let's go into our folder. That. Oh, interesting. It was 547. That was the ID. But I guess I can quickly plug in the Escosi unit IDs I was working on recently. So, pet, let's see. After the Quadriga at 543, we have the Thaumalog. Pet tract. Then we have the crematorium. And then there's for buildings. Xylode. Astrolabe. Rathiel. Yucatan Coalition. Okay. So we have made it a bit smaller. I'm not sure it'll be exactly enough for what we need. Now we're going to go ahead and export it by frame set. And we have 60 frames that we're looking at here. What we need to do here is we need to go to image mode color table. We're going to load the transparent. What is that anyway? Grayscale. I think it's this one. No, it must be this one. Yeah, get out of definition there. Copy. Convert it into RGB fully. Paste that as the layer mask. Pop in here with a full black background. Going to do a gradient map with the Actually, as it is, it might be pretty good. We could do yellow, though. It doesn't look too bad. It's like heavenly and stuff. So yeah, maybe we'll do that. Now we'll just do O-Fire, but we tick only Y-Fire as the option. We save it as Divine Discipline. And we know that we have 60 frames to import off of that. And now we go to O-Fire for the preview, and we see that it's been ported to the yellow palette in that way. We can go ahead and just save, cut that out. We're going to go to our UI folder, paste that in there, because that's something I got to revisit later. And then we go to Images, TBL. We add CM, Faction T, Divine Discipline.grp. I actually don't remember if it was... It's Sarathiel, right? Yeah. Sarathiel Divine Discipline. And then we go to sprites. Let's clear this. We know that the unit is implemented. We haven't tested any of this stuff yet. I'm going to pre-mark them as done, and then I'll just only update it when it actually is done. Go ahead and copy this. And we're going to come into here, set it to use O-Fire. 2234 is our image ID, or our sprite ID. Image ID, rather. Our sprite ID is 1083. Let's go to sprite ID. What was it again? 1083. Should be all set. Well, that was a lot of work, but the weapons should be working, or the these should be working. And we should also be able to, after this, quickly finish up the Golden Republic Quadriga. The weapon isn't actually working in the latest version of the game. But I'll be happy to add that to the list of units that are done. And then we can mark the Sarathiel done pretty soon. Obviously, we don't have visuals for the secondary weapon, but let's find out. So, Divine Discipline. Interesting coloration. Also, I noticed that it says not enough energy. The reason for that must be that we do not tri-cast False on an... Where did we see this earlier? Tricast is still correct there. We spend the energy. Energy cost. I don't know, actually. Why does it double tap there? Also, it looks like we should be doing more than 3 here in the globals. Maybe we'll do 24 for 1 second, so it'll run after. As you can see here, this does nothing. So we should, yeah, that's right. So when you order the target to do something that it can't do, it should just cancel. But I think ordering to idle is a little heavy-handed, because that means that if I do this shift command and then shift command something else after, it won't do it. But right now it doesn't do it anyway. So at least it would fix that problem. So we would say it's frozen, ignore, return to service, order to idle, and then that's fine. It should work just fine here. Yeah. Okay, so that part's fine. Let's think about this. So this guy's got 1 armor pen. So right now it is ignoring the armor pen. And then it goes back to not ignoring the armor pen, right? We'll have to figure out what's spending the energy, because there's definitely something spending the energy too many times, as we can see here. So then let's try a situation where we have spawn some Mavericks. Well, I guess it's hot shot time, actually. He's the menace, guys. And then or Quasilisk, right? Oh. Why? Come on. Oops, that's not what I meant. Oh, attacker is null here? Interesting. Is this not where the armor calc is done? No, this is correctly where the armor calc is done. So. All right, that's fine. That was like when Yeah, I got to do more work. What's up, Adam? I really think that the nonchalance that the hotshot brings to the battle, to the atmosphere, is somehow pretty, like... It's a sleeper. Like, you don't think of it as something that's going to be good until you hear it enough times. I don't know how else to describe it exactly. It's pretty good, though. I like it. So that didn't work initially. Hotshot. Because you're supposed to, like, pull them towards it. I wonder if maybe they need to... Probably what happens is the Anthelian weapon hit or something. Let's find it. There's a bunch of extra... Yeah, there's a bunch of extra stuff over here for that. Let's do... Back to Unit Destructor Special here. Happy birthday, Grandpa. Grandpa Saphirius. That's a really good question, Lucy. Hey, what's up, 420? Mr. Quick Scops, I hope you're doing well. Alright, so we just kind of undid. We just kind of back-engineered the tech for the pull. I think that'll be more accurate now. I'm not really sure what they had in mind for Stormgate. Also, I can't really tell you about I don't remember when Stormgate launched, so I actually can't answer Lucy's question. They launched in August? I don't know. I feel like I add 4 new units every so often. I mean, do you count the Escozi as new since that time? Because you're probably right. I haven't added the complete new race, but considering most RTS games have between like 10 and 12 units in their tech tree, I did effectively add an entire new race by their standards in August. Or since August, I should say. Plus all of the factional units, plus all of the other new units. So. I don't know about that one. But I guess comparatively, you might be right. All right. So let's do this here. So it still doesn't seem to be pulling people towards it. Which is odd. We calculate all of this stuff and assign the data there. And then we check if timer pull towards is there, plus the source is there. Maybe it's because the source doesn't exist anymore, because it's dying. That could be why this doesn't occur. But all we care about for the source, right? We only care about the source's position. So shouldn't we just have this be like... a position instead, right? Can't we do something like... this? I understand, actually, why we did it this way instead. It's because the Anthelian or any other unit may have moved during the time that the timer is there. But that's why you would reassign it all the time, right? So I think that's actually fine. I mean, if we look at pull towards... when it's assigned here, we would do target ext pull pause equals unit position. And then in Destructor Special, we would do... pull ext pull pause equals unit position, and I think that would probably fully implement that part. I don't know why. I'm really confused why the O-Fire thing here for Divine Discipline, why that doesn't work properly. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to work properly. Let me, I'll take a screenshot here and it'll be a good time to test the other thing. Oh, never mind. It's because I didn't actually set it to the right thing. That's my goober. The pairings for duopoly are Terran Protoss. Seraphiel Divine. Just what's it called? I'm pretty sure it's like in the order of the race on the page. So it's Terran Protoss, Protoss Zerg, Zerg Terran. I don't think it was resolved though. I would have to take a look. Let's do. There you go. Oh shit!
I sure there were more polls, lol.
Oh my god! You know what was so funny, Godwheat? Thank you for the donation. You're getting us closer to paying for our next weekend wage effort. You know, we just need 3 more Godwheat donations, basically, and then we'll be good. We'll be good. But yeah, very cool. Very cool. And the thing I can say to you is, if it ends up that you are banned from polling for 1 month, you can just donate $10, and I'll put the poll up for you on your behalf. See, bribery. Blatant bribery and fraud. Which might happen, yeah. Okay, so we have our improved Divine Discipline read. That part's good. Do we want to allow... I think we can allow, like, structures to undergo Divine Rejoinder of Service, but maybe it makes sense. It does say combatant. So that's probably a case where we should go into game hooks for the Sarathiel. And we should say rejoinder of service if target unit or target unit is building. Then we cannot do it, right? That's fine. And then we would say hot shot. And then we'll spawn Quasilisk. Problem with using quads for this test is it's actually kind of hard to tell. Let's see. I thought that oh, it does work. You just saw it work there. These units don't have tactical AI, so that's why I was trying to do that. Do it that way. All right, it works. Deployed units, oh yeah, you deployed units do get pulled, never mind. Can the Hekaton get the Astaroth as a complement to the Sarathiel? That's a good idea. Oh my god, Jesse, what? What is it? What could it be? For another $30. What would the Astaroth even be like? Let's take a look at what Astaroth is. Biblical Archdemon. The Great Duke of Hell. Okay. Interesting. Well, the question is, would you want it to be for the Hekatons, or would you want it to be for a different faction like the Nidus Trinity or the Golden Republic? That's a question. Added to the single player dropdown? Holy shit. We can now select Discozy in single player. Hell yeah, Batman. Well, I didn't even remember that we had to do something separate for single player. Damn. Good point. My PayPal is such a fuck around to use. Well, there are. I know that you're on Stripe, I think, right? For the other one. Hell yeah, Jesse. Hell yeah, Jesse. Shout out. Yeah, the out-of-game UI is done, except for the score screen, if you count that. But you still need to get in a game before you can see the score screen, so I'd still count that. I'd say priority is definitely getting into a game without a crash. And then, yeah, you'll crash in the score screen, but, like, theoretically... I mean, I probably would say we should fix all of the crashes related to loading UI stuff, even if they technically you can complete a game. It really sucks to crash to desktop after. No. I think the Nidus Trinity get an Ancilla replacement. The shield kills health points and infests dead units. I don't even know how that would work on me, but, you know. I'll tell you guys something about factional units that I was debating a few times. So I was debating for a while because people kept saying that, like, oh, you should have some kind of Nidus Trinity unit that has the Zoryus passive or the Convolesque passive where it incubates brood spawn on enemies and stuff like that. And I was always like, do I want to just straight up lift one race's mechanic for another race's subfaction? Isn't that a little over the line of what a faction should probably be able to do? But then I remembered that Golden Republic have motherfucking plasma shields, and while they don't have flash shielding, they still do have plasma shields. So riffing on it, at the very least, with a different mechanic, is probably fine. I think we technically have already done that. So I think, yes, we do need legally distinct plasma shields for the Golden Republic, as we have. We would want legally distinct brood spawn or something like that. I don't know how it would take shape. It shouldn't be just the entire mechanic of the race to another thing, but it should be like, it could be, I could accept, you know, grabbing something along the lines of that, right? I think that would be fine. I think that would be acceptable. Like, maybe instead of spawning a Vilgaleth, like, the Zogran's coagulants for the Hurakan is the Nidus Hurakan with the heal or whatever that it's got going on here is pretty cool on the one hand. On the other hand, we could also make it so that the Hurakan, we could make it so that all of the factional units for the Nidus Trinity brood spawn on death or something. That could be kind of cool. The legally distinct brood spawn are infected dog. I don't know. Yeah, but Ensnare is a mechanic from the other race, so we would have to come up with some other way to apply it or some quirk about it that doesn't exist. Like, Ensnare Light, I don't know what that would be. Ensnare is movement and attack speeds, so Ensnare Light, some kind of gooping that would slow movement speed only, but no other debuff. That could be kind of good. Like, maybe the Hurakan debuffs them. Units affected by this also, like, heal and give you a movement speed debuff. That's pretty good. So that would be pretty good. I don't know. I like that. Shoot glue. Yeah. Turn rate. Movement speed does affect turn rate already. So when you slow movement speed, you do technically turn slower. Doesn't usually come into play, but it does exist as a mechanic in the game. So. Alrighty. We do need to figure out why the energy expenditure is all out of whack. They seem to be spending the energy all the time. Even though we do... maybe we're just not checking for try-cast at this point. We are, though. It says it right here. If try-cast, and the timer doesn't exist, which is what this is. But we set try-cast to false. Tricast is only set to true. Is values can tricast custom spell. Okay, so maybe this value needs to be reset. I don't know. I'm actually never seeing it be reset. And I don't require this. I don't recall this issue being a problem either. So we set it to true in these orders roots calls. It's never set to false. Not once is it set to false. But if we look at like the Rove, it only does once, right? We don't get the not enough energy error there. If we look at the Triton, all right. That's fine, obviously. So yeah, what is the spellcast issue here for the Sarathiel? Let's find out. Let's find out together. Movement impairing stuff is the most frustrating thing to play against. That's it. The Nidus Trinity are getting all movement speed slows. Every Nidus Trinity unit will have some form of movement. Give them ensnare on their watchdog and let it target structures no matter how high up in the air they are. Dude, I can't believe we can select Escosi in single player and multiplayer now. That's wild. That's so epic. Jesse is so epic. We are so epic. So I guess what we should do here is we should say cast, and then we'll go ahead and print how many times the stuff is, like, actually... We'll print how many times it's cast to see if it's double ticking from here or if it's something else. If it's double ticking from here, I'm actually a little bit unsure what should be done. Yeah, it is casting a bunch of times, which is really weird. Well, I guess the other thing we should check is, do we do anything special? No, the Triton just casts the ability and then it goes to idle. Check some fun a weekend wage tomorrow. Will we hit the $50? Wow, look at this guy being epic. We are running that in just a few days on Saturday, my time. It'll be Sunday in a lot of the area where you are, for example, Quick Scops. It should be a fun time, though. So far, I think we only have 5 signups. We usually get a bunch on the day of and a couple over there. On my Saturday here. You can't say that. It's barely Friday there, isn't it? It's like 7:35 a.m. or something. You only just started Friday. You can't say it's Saturday already. You can't fraud me. Oh, 11:30. All right, I think we're gonna... I wish I could figure out why OBS keeps popping up on my primary monitor. There's probably some obscure setting I'm not familiar with or whatever, but it's pretty annoying. All right, maybe now that I didn't maximize it, but I got it pretty close to maximized. But now what happens if I do it this way? For now, that seems to have fixed it. I don't know. Okay. So, we have right about now, we've achieved some stuff. Oh, I did want to test whether or not the Anthelion still works. I assume it does. Yeah, I would say it works. Okay. And energy. I mean, everything about this seems correct. We try cast false, order to idle, and break if there's no unit for rejoinder of service. Which is basically what we... Weirdly enough, the Triton, if it doesn't have a unit, it doesn't even do the try cast false thing, let alone order to idle. But I guess it just does nothing. I don't know. Whatever. It's probably fine to do that. And while you're moving towards the target, you're not supposed to say try cast false, but you do like add a short delay on the custom spell one, which makes sense. Because you're not trying to break the casting, you're just trying to delay it, so that's what the timer is there for. But then when you're actually proccing the cast, you set it to false, you spend your energy. Yeah, you spend your energy, do your thing, set the VAR to false. Though I don't think we should be setting the VAR itself to false. That does nothing. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to do this. So that it clears that. We'll try that fix. I don't know why it wouldn't be necessary for everybody else, though. That's the weird thing, is that I can't spot a difference in the implementation as far as the logical code that is evaluated before spending the energy and all that. There's some things that are different, like the fact that the spell order is using a different tech ID, and some of the conditions are a little bit different, but I can't really see what's missing otherwise. Yeah. It is indeed casting all the time. I guess what it could be is something to do with the order ID, maybe? Let's compare the Triton. The lobotomy warhead is 2324, which is a correct situation there. Where is it? 2324. 11, which is the tech ID. And this is 1010 and 1212, by the way. All right. That isn't the issue, then. Let's see what happens behind... My guess is basically we do need to end the order or whatever. But let's also take another look. There's like one other thing I want to check before I implement it that way, which is if I go to the Triton, Triton-based cast spell, we do wait 1, play sound, cast spell, we go to repeat attacks, I go to 2, go to walk into idle. And for cast spell here, we do the no break code start, no break code end, cast spells, I go to 2. It could be that we're not playing the animation at all, though. I honestly can't remember. But I was wondering if maybe that had something to do with it. Like, it wasn't processing the fact that it had been cleared. But we didn't do anything special in issue order, or in order's root. In order's root, we have the same stuff here. Value try cast custom spell equals true if it doesn't already exist. I don't know if we care. Do we care about that being that way? Probably not. Yeah. I think, honestly, for now, we'll probably just go ahead and say unit order to idle. There is probably a pre-penned order or whatever, but I think these are probably what we have. This is what we probably have to do now. I will leave the debug messages in there for one final test. Assuming this works the way that I think it will, this should resolve the issue where it's spending too much energy. We don't have any reads for when the cast actually occurs. There's no, overlay that's created. There is one that I can quickly slap onto there, but yeah. Oh, interestingly enough, it still says not enough energy. No, it actually didn't change anything at all, even though we're ordering it to idle. The fuck? Did we not do it properly? I'm really confused by that. Obviously, we'll still see the cast, or we won't see the cast anymore because I did delete those, but that feels really incorrect. Like, we shouldn't even be casting the same order. And when the order is... Oh, wait, hold on. I think that actually is a clue, technically. Or maybe not. Because we switch based on the main order ID. I don't know. It's weird. It almost launched right before it updated, and that would have been bad. So ordering it to do nothing doesn't change. Why it doesn't go back to an idle order, I'm really confused by. What happens at the end of spell order? Because we did have this issue with hallucination. Yeah, what's up, Three Crow? Maybe we could do it instead of what we were doing. We could do Sarathiel. We could do next queued order rather than the other thing that we were doing just there. It doesn't seem to give a shit. And that's really bizarre because That means that try-cast, which is set here, and this that basically means that in orders route we're XDing, as this print will show. We must be XDing over and over again instead of like filtering over to do the next thing. You know what I mean? Which could again be down to iScript, looking at the rest of this. But it doesn't look like it's that different from the cast spell here. Cast spell, go to repeat attack. Oh, we don't seem to have hijack working anymore. That doesn't make sense, though. We didn't even... I don't think we even changed anything with hijack. I'll figure that out later. So, yeah, it does indeed seem like... like every tick does that, but then it doesn't do any more? So even after the first cast, we're done there, but that's not true with this. Like after the cast, it stops, right? So let's go to our iScript again. The Vicar cast spell looks like no break code, cast spell, sig order, walk into idle. Functionally, this doesn't really seem that different than this. I don't think the order of operations here in iScript matters at all. But if changing the order doesn't do anything, then what even is the result? Why are we even having this problem? That's what doesn't make any sense. We're doing try target order for like selecting it. Then you pass the order, which brings us to, I guess, do targeted order after orders root or something like that. Or no, I think orders root the main orders root here comes from do targeted order. I think. I'm entirely sure about that. Pretty sure. So I guess we'll go ahead and build and attach here and then try to use that opportunity to figure out what's up. Oh, the reason why the hijack wasn't working, by the way, is because it's a structure. The hijack is working fine. I disallowed structures, but that's what I was using for my test, so... Prank. Oh, our first bounty is definitely taking longer than expected. But it serves me right for trying to implement a unit with 2 abilities. Technically, everything is working except for the fact that it just keeps trying to drain all your energy for some reason. Okay, so let's attach... Check our locals. Okay, can't target spell is correct so far. That was the only unit. Just wait for it to break out of the loop. Oh, it's iterating across the selection limits. Right. We don't care about using the weapon, the energy cost. The error type is non-existent. We check the order ID. Okay, so this passed without any issues as far as I can tell. Our tech ID is correct. Our order ID is correct. So then where do we end in here then? That's the question. And then we get to this point. So we're going to be doing this for a little bit because it's every frame. It's carrying out that order. But then I have to think about this from a very, basic level. What could be happening with the... our order IDs are correctly read here. We are indeed trying to cast a custom spell. We're not doing something goofy like checking the timer and assigning that in the wrong spot. We were pretty diligent about doing that correctly. We even go the extra mile and knock off the try cast custom spell, do next queued order, stuff like that. Maybe what we need to do is a little bit different. No,
We're getting raided.
Aquarist Gamer just showed up with 10 homies. What's up, homies? Welcome. You guys are having a good time. It's been a hot minute since I've seen Aquarist. Hope Aquarist is also having a good time. The homies are coming in. Appreciate that. Coming in just in time to see a new unit for Cosmonarchy. Yeah, I think the order to idle basically does what we were just trying to emulate. Pretty sure that'll be fine. But why does that not fix the problem? That's a good question. That is a very good question. Right now, I'm just working. But the 4th race was just put up. I don't know if you guys saw. Fast Gamer just rep. Yeah, I could do that. I could show you guys that. Here, we can take a little sneak peek. Actually, let me see about that. Which one would we want to pick? Because I don't know if do they need to see the new race, or should they should probably see something else a little bit different, right? We should do this. We should do this one. Yeah. Check out our stuff here. Yeah, that's probably good. Hourglass. We got Darky and Sausage. Who's the other guy? Ultra 7. All right, let's do it, boys. Homies, homies, homies. Homies who have just joined us from another homie. We hope that you are having a good day because it's about to get even better with Cosmonarchy. We've got a 2 versus 2 queued up to boot. It's going to be a good one because it's one I haven't seen before, and it features the 3 vanilla races, all in a very interesting light. We've got our top team. We've got Darky in the top left. He is a relative newcomer, but he does play Protoss a lot. You can tell he doesn't play Cosmonarchy Protoss that much because he's building a lot of pylons, and in Cosmonarchy, the Nexus is a power field. Can you believe that? He is our Vermilion Protoss in the top left. In the top right, we have Sausage, the Eggshell Blue Protoss. He's one of our veterans who's been around for a while, and his Scout Scribe just saw a bunch of Zethra-cores leave the building. Ultra 7 is trying to do a little Zerg rush. He's even got some Rilla-Rokor's Broodlings. They can come out of the larva now as like an emergency defense. They are free. He's the Periwinkle, deep Periwinkle, in fact, Zerg. And we'll introduce our last player in a moment because these Zets are already starting to eat. We do have a little bit of a Maverick push here from Alexander. But meanwhile, Sausage is very comfortably just drilling on top of all these units. And Ultra 7 has still been able to claim a few workers, but not that many, honestly. Not as many as he would have liked. Now, things could get a little bit dicier here because Alexander, our Magma Terran in the bottom left, is been scouted by Sausage. There are some Draconans on standby, but is he going to be able to help his homie out? He's only got 1 Simulacrum. He spent all that money on pylons. That's not what he's supposed to spend his money on. He's Protoss. Doesn't he know? Doesn't he know how it works? The stims are coming out. Focusing down those sims before they can split. We do have a single vassal from Darky. Already been shown the door by those Mavericks. These are our Marine equivalent. You can tell they've got a new sprite and everything. And the workers are not being evacuated. Darky needs to duck behind cover. Still able to get 1 more worker on the fadeaway. I'm sure that Alexander's going to be happy about that. We can tell worker-wise that our Vermilion Protoss, our red Protoss, is having a bit of a hard time of it. Little vassal here is like a flying scout craft. You can pop around with it pretty easily. But it's not very... it's cheap, but it's not very powerful. It does go down very quickly. Meanwhile, the Draconin, our Dragoon equivalent, which actually does turn and rotate, can you believe it, is going to be up against a lot of pool units from Ultra 7. You'd be surprised how very few Draconins are going to be necessary for that. So you probably won't see the Protoss get overrun. If there were more Zethra-cores, I'd be a little bit more scared. But they make pretty short work of this position. Mavericks and some Hurricans, the redone Fire Bat. The Huracan applies an armor rend, which is very important because you imagine the bio is a lot better with it. Now, you're going to see the Zerg try to engage on here, but they've been caught with their pants down a little bit. Not that they wear pants, but then they're always with their pants down, and, well, this is no exception, as those quads are just going to get whittled down to nothing. There's no static defense over here, so that's going to be a problem, but our Magma Terran is moving in to attack our Vermilion Protoss, and he's got some idols. These idols are like robotic units that can do pretty good damage to small numbers of, bio in this case, but you need a critical mass of them, and that is not what Darky has, so a little bit of a liability here as the Striders are pushed away because they do need to come back in to help the homie once more. And at this point, Alexander can just kind of stem after all of the workers, effectively knocking Darky out of the game if Sausage doesn't get back here in time. You can see some of those units are going down, including Hierophants, which are empowered utilitarian Strider units. 1 loose Huracan, just happy to heckle the workers a little bit more, but not able to get much more than that. You may have noticed that some of the sims were actually duplicating. These simulacrums do indeed duplicate like that. And look at this! We don't have much time to talk about the mechanics there because the Zethra-cores are already loose in the base again. Still continuing to munch, still continuing to eat. But now we've got that drill, and the Hierophants were able to apply their trademark attack speed increase. So even the workers were attacking a little bit faster there. That's what that red overlay was. The Sims decided to take a quick gander at what's going on, but obviously they were like, oh, I guess we're not needed, actually. And indeed. Okay, so it would seem. We have this Hatchros down here in the bottom right for Ultra 7, but his worker count's still pretty dismal. Only now upgrading his pool into the Vornath Pond and also getting the Den up for some more units. And we'll see a little bit more variety out of our Zerg yet. A lot of Zetracors, which is the right choice in this position, but also what would have been a better choice, the more right choice perhaps, the rightest choice, is Hydralisks. He just doesn't have the tech for it, and he doesn't have the money, really. Going to be facing a little bit of a iron wall from the Protoss, a golden wall, perhaps. Couple leftover units left over here for Sausage, trying to help his buddy defend. Meanwhile, this ramp is broken, and the rally is continuing to go across the map. Looks like Alexander's thinking about effectively trading his teammate. Going to go after the units and the workers once more, while the Hurricanes just rend all the armor of the Sims, making it even easier for the Mavericks to make happen. Although I think the Sims might not have enough armor to even matter against the Maverick, but you know. The Vornath Pond is under a lot of duress, and we don't have any Hydralisks coming in. No allies for Ultra 7. He's on his own in a 1v1, trying to focus down the one production structure Darky has made all game. This has been a tale of two players, it looks like, so far. If only these two players had spawned on the opposite sides, where Alexander could have maybe helped fight off against Sausage, and Ultra 7 versus Darky would have been a more fair fight. But that's not the way. That is not the way it worked. Devastating. Got some static defense coming up here for Sausage. He built a pylon, not because he forgot that Nexuses give power fields, but because he wanted to put down static defense before the Nexus. He just forgot. So that's the way he goes. Only 8 workers for our Zerg player, half of them in the bottom right base, and just trying his best to see what else he can make for units, but he needs to link up with his ally. Alexander stubbornly choosing, no, I will not support my homie. I will instead finish deleting this other guy. But these are not like Mutalisks where, oh, they can fly over and defend again, so I'm going to bait them out by attacking, like TVZ. That's a Strider army, buddy. You're going to be hard-pressed to deal with that. Even these Striders at home can be very, very annoying for Alexander to deal with. I feel like he's made a critical error because pretty soon, I mean, actually, right now, the Zealot is a herald of all of the other Protoss units. Well, the Mavericks stem forward, trying to do their best. A little bit of Bioforce over here trying to clear out those Scribes. There's a Bulwark regenerating shields for them, so it's a little bit harder than it immediately looks. And the stim pack starts to wear off. That's what that red puff was, is the stims falling off, and all of the damage that you wanted to do there is going to be for naught. Now, he does have some units over here in this position, and he is slowly deconstructing the Zealot with his Masons. I don't think that's going to work out for him. Eventually, with 13 kills to its name, we're not sure how many of those were Zerg and how many of those were Terran. It is definitely going to go down as a high percentage dealer there. Look at this. Alexander just like, yeah, don't worry. It's fine. I didn't care about my ally anyway. And he's going to move across the map again. But at this point, we got Darky making Striders, learning from his ally's example. What a disaster. Well, an anchor is on the way. He's got a lot of bio. He has not been making any units out of them, and he has a lot of Vespine in the tank as well, but he's actually turned around and abandoned the front. His few units that did make it over there just reporting back, hey, sorry to reach the answering machine, but Sausage is sending more units at us. We might want to prepare. And then they died. In case you were wondering what the sound effect was. But the kiting is perfect here from Sausage. This is a rote, all she wrote. Just a little regular task. All you do is just you keep stuttering back. That's it. We got more guys prowling over here anyway. At this point, you don't even need to worry too much about it. You can walk in. This is not a good fight for the Protoss to take per se in terms of positioning, especially with that Huracan rending the armor of the Dracodens. It makes it a lot easier for the Mavericks to do their thing. But you don't need to trade cost efficiently at this point when you've effectively knocked the Zerg out of the game and stabilized your ally in the process. It's only bio. It's 7 stockades of bio. We do have some more stuff coming for Ultra 7. He's trying to re-expand into his main base. I don't think that the Terran player is going to be able to sustain himself. I could be wrong. I could indeed be wrong. A lot of Legionnaires coming. Zethercore is trying to be a little bit of a front line, but the Mavericks didn't stim, so they can't catch up and actually put some damage downrange. A little bit of an async in terms of the two teammates down here in the bottom team. Synergy wasn't quite there, and yeah, the Mavericks are just getting chewed up. The Hierophants slow units down initially. They start by slowing their movement speed, then it gets to slow their attack speed. Now we've got even more bio coming, refusing to come off the bio train. Look at all the Vespene he had too. He still has so much. He could go for an add-on here and get some more tech. If I had 1,000 gas in the tank and I was in this situation, I would 1,000% be making some Eidolons, the ghost equivalent. Very, very potent unit. We do have some pool units emerging from the corner base, but at this point, this is like a broken AI script. You know, you're like, oh yeah, that's where he is. One too many recon attempts will reveal the base, and finally we have Alexander trying to do something on the map, trying to help his ally. Upgrades done, yeah. There are no upgrades, but it is kind of like when you get those upgrades again in the matchup. Look, I mean, just look at the Strider counts outnumbering the Mavericks. Pretty soon here, I think it's going to be a wrap. The Crucible speeds up all the gateways so that everything is producing faster here. The one Quaz scouting things out. The one escapee from the Ultra 7 containment facility that Sausage has set up. Oh, and these guys aren't even on an attack move. Alexander, you can't afford that. If only he built like 3 Fulcrums and made some tanks, you know, some Phalanx. He could have actually withstood a ridiculous situation there. It was not to be, however. So there's the GGs. I think they were all in voice chat, so that's probably what they did, is they all said GG in voice. Ultra 7, however, is the last man standing, which is not what we expected. And that'll be it. Pop. Pop, pop. So I guess the question, Aquarist, is if I'm going to be playing something to show you guys what's up, I should probably do so on, you know, some version of the game that is the latest. But what race are you guys particularly looking at? Because that actually just, you know, you look at that, you think, Pronago, that was just like a skin pack or something with some funny damage types. And it's a pretty, there's like a 50 units per race. It's very different. Yeah, GG indeed. We're Protoss main, okay. Well, you probably enjoyed the Protoss gameplay then. The little Protoss side of it. Let's see here. I could just do a melee game. That probably is fine. 1v1. Let's see. Oh wait, I had to pick my race, of course. Alright. I have a scene for this as well. Alright. It's a little bit harder to see in this this here game mode, but pop our desktop audio on so you guys can hear that. But yeah, you can tell that the ground here is discolored in a different way, right? So that's to show you that you got a power field here off of the Nexus. So you don't need the pylon. That was just a little bit of info from what I was describing earlier. Any random mains other than hit 'em up? Arbiz was playing random lately. I think Crank and I was doing it just to practice. Maybe Jack as well. Can't remember if there was anybody else. Scout this guy. The AI is pretty smart, but I should be fine no matter what he throws at me. In the early game, I might do like a little 1-gate expand move here. Yeah, let's do that, actually. One thing you guys may notice is when units finish, there's a little warp flash, similar to the warp flash for structures, right? So, I like that little audio-visual thing. I think it looks pretty good for Protoss. Testing a SCSI? No. We got raided, so I'm showing off a little bit of the game. We'll be getting back to some bounty stuff. Biggest Cozy AI will initially be Terran AI internally. I don't know how we'll do the AI stuff just yet.
I long for combat.
Alright, so we're actually Protoss Mirror, which is pretty interesting. Gonna be a 2-gate. What else is he doing? 3-gate, okay. So he's gonna try to overwhelm me with numbers. I'll get, oops, that's not what I wanted. I'll get second gateway here, and then
There's no time to waste.
we'll probably do some
I long
walling, maybe? Nope. So the Ecclesiast is out. This guy is pretty good at shield restoring things. So I think we actually need a third gateway here. I was going to use this guy for my...
time to waste.
I was going to use this guy for my wall making, but I have to do it a little bit differently. 14 workers is perfect baseline saturation for most melee maps, so...
Water at this location. You've not enough Vespene.
We're not mining any Vespene just yet, but you actually can just do it straight from the node. You don't need a gas cap. That's how he had the Ecclesiast earlier. The gas unit. We're just gonna clog up some of the airwaves there. Fire gas.
There's no time to waste. You've not enough Vespene gas. Structure warp complete. You've not enough Vespene gas.
Rare footage, yeah. Yeah, the Zealots have a little bit of extra speed at the start, but you don't have upgrades, so you can't make them any faster that way. If you want to make them faster, though, you can just kill units around them, which is pretty good. When the Ecclesiast dies, he speeds guys up as well, as an example of that. All right.
Structure warp complete. What now calls?
Yeah, I don't spend the gas. Just harvest it.
We march. A shield for the sword. Fall before the legion. The destruction.
Oh, he hasn't even expanded yet. This is a really aggressive AI. We're definitely going to want to fight around our Warden. So I popped the Ecclesiast, which speeds these guys up, so I'm just going to wait for that debuff to go away, and then we should be fine. I didn't lose any of my backline, so I did just lose my Ecclesiast, which is what's speeding my guys up now, so I figured I'd commit to that, and I think that should be good. I'm actually going to go and hold the middle. After that, I'll go ahead and expand again.
I am needed. Structure warp complete.
Oh man, I wanted to take that.
Transmit.
What a bunch of what a meanie. So you can garrison that neutral thing in the middle, which is what I was trying to do there.
Striding.
And he's holding on to it. The AI are pretty good at trying to do that. So. I'm actually really impressed that they didn't expand until recently. That's very surprising.
In unison. You have insufficient minerals. You have insufficient minerals.
All right. Any idle gateways? No. All right. We've been sticking to the same tech for a little bit. Oh.
The disciples await. Your servant.
A lot of random legionnaires they've decided to send at me. I'm assuming they double expanded or something with that timing. Not entirely sure. I figured I would take a look at that. Doesn't look like it. What do we got over here?
The faithful march. How may I aid you? With pride and the call of the Titan.
Oh, he was trying to be a little greedy after all that. His you know, he did take a very long time to expand, so it kind of makes sense that he would be in a situation like this where he's like, ah, shit. I didn't kill him with my, you know, committed attack or whatever. So. Technically, his building placement is such that my killing these pylons will depower some things, like that one. Oh, holy shit, it actually depowered everything. That's impressive.
Battle calls.
Yeah, but it's pretty cool. I mean, you can install it alongside Remastered. You can just have it lying around. Automatically updates and all that stuff. Let me check over here. He's still in here hanging. That one guy just refuses to come out. He's like, I know what's going on here. Alright, they have no more town center. Once we pop this gateway, we'll be done. Oh yeah, so what you're talking about is if we fast forward for a bit. Yeah, sometimes the AI does some weird shit, some fun stuff for sure. All right, so you're like, you know, you're looking at this and you're like, yeah, okay, there's some units and structures here, but you know, if you just make the capital craft the Star Sovereign, I mean, you're good. What's the big deal? Who cares? You just glass them.
Intervention. As it is written, condemn us all. As it is written.
So that's the faster way to win, but you do need to you do need to actually get to that. It's pretty advanced tech, you know what I mean? In order to get access to that, you need to pay a steep price of 900 minerals, 1100 gas, and then you need to make the unit, which is 750 minerals and 500 gas, and then you need to be somewhere where you can channel the beam. Oh, it says 5 seconds, but that's probably, I think that's supposed to be longer. I don't remember how long the channel is, but it's pretty good. Maybe it's 5. Maybe it is 5. I wonder if Doglived is still playing. He must already have been gaming. Somebody was looking for a game on the server. It was 11 minutes ago. He already found a game, probably. Pressured.
I am a hero!
All right, GLHF, man, thanks for the raid, and thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. What a jolly chap. Okay, so the Sarathiel is effectively done, except for the presence of the bug, of course. Something we have to tweak later. I'm not really entirely sure why, though. I haven't been able to figure it out. We ordered to idled. Yeah, I don't think... Oh! Magically works now? Okay. XD. All right, well, apparently the Sarathiel is actually done. Hallelujah. Obviously, we could improve audio visuals, do unit responses, etc., but I can only do so much for $30. I think I've far outstripped the value of $30 with that one. Not to poo-poo Lucy for the bounty, obviously. Appreciate the bounty. Just saying that the... Oh yeah, I guess. We probably shouldn't even bother with this. Thinking about it. I don't think we need the completed bounties thing. This is fine to just keep track of what we're doing. Alright, so with the Sarathiel taken care of and having 2 abilities, we can go ahead and note our patch notes that we're adding the unit. Oh, I forgot to link the autocrat. That's funny. All right, let's go to Golden Republic and entry in the Quadriga, and then we'll go ahead and implement the weapon for it properly. Cool. Alrighty. We need to go into the weapon ID and say Quadriga, God Hand Rockets. Let's go to Halo Rockets. I feel like the for now we'll do that. It's not that big of a deal. But the damage does that. Interesting. Okay. Well, first of all, we're going to pop into Weapons Daddy X and do Halo Rockets, right? We're going to copy this. And I can't actually remember... God Hand Rockets is 183. Yeah. We're going to paste this and say God Hand Rockets Quadriga. We're going to mark it as ground and say the splash is... I guess it'll be ally safe. That's fine. And then we just need to make sure that it is 10x4. So it's a mount 4 factor. Or no. 10 4 is correct. We're looking at A cooldown of about that with a range of 4 instead of what it was. Flash is what it is. Alright, that's fine. Now we just go to units, we find the quadriga, and we say 183, 183, and... Alright. So that should just work. I don't think we need to do any other configuration there. Okay, one thing we do have to do, though, is some AI-related configurations. So first of all, we have to add to the unit def in the Zerg factional building, or Terran factional unit thing. Military, or I guess it's like... Military, Sarathiel, and it's 547. Replace unit Sarathiel. And then for Golden Republic, replace unit Valkyrie Quadriga. Okay. Copy this. Okay. Let's make sure that we can actually train the Quadriga from Golden Republic star pads and... Oh, now we have to... Okay, we have to do it a little bit differently. The fuck? Yeah, the luminary shouldn't be there. That's a bug in my code. Sarathiel. Oh, yeah. It's probably fine. Sarathiel's fine to come before, but then we should do this under Azazel. That's what I think of that. Okay, so that's a fix to that. Sarathiel requires commandment, which is correct. You can train it. Okay, well, it definitely worked there. Now we just need the star pad. we select... So there's something a little bit off about it, which is weapon fire, Valkyrie. We got to do the. What we have to do here actually is just duplicate this and then do Quadriga, Godhand Rocket, or the Logi. Interesting. What is the? How often does the other one attack then? For the Hikaton Valkyrie. It's supposed to be 4 times 8. Okay, so I guess it's just done in a different way. That's fine. All right. The graphic for the Quadriga is enormous. I should probably shrink it a little bit. It's pretty absurdly big. Okay. But I think for now we'll go ahead and get it synced to pre-release, and I'll worry about that later. Green. All right, we just went ahead and pushed the bounty fulfillment. I will take a short break, and when I come back, I will be doing some other stuff. Probably. Let's take a look at the list, I guess, before I go. To use my restroom. I don't think it's a good time to do the Agrazaleth or the Malkothrakor stuff because I did just implement a unit and it took way longer than I thought. So I think we'll do the Jesse bounty for the Crown Link stuff, and then if I still have time after that, which I might, I'll start on the catwalk ramps for Jujuk. I think that's our flow there. Once those, like with the Lucy one done and these two, when the Jesse and Jujuk ones are done, I'll probably knock off the Agrazaleth, just because it's going to require some effort. But maybe instead I'll just work on the Malkothrakor. I don't know. But that won't be today. That'll be the next bounty stream, which I actually don't know at this rate when that will be. I have a clocked-in stream to do tomorrow. That's for the $12 and up tier, where I'm going to be mostly working on a SCSI stuff. And then maybe I'll do some Zerg unit development on that stream. I might just do the Agrazaleth bounty and then do the SCSI stuff for the rest of the stream. And then other thing I need to do is I've worked that day. Yeah, and then I have D&D and Weekend Wage all day on the 20th, so the next week is a kind of a week from hell. Okay. Well, I'll get back to you guys on the next bounty stream. But first, I will BRB. Oh, I'm you, all right. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be Crown Link. I'm making an icon because I'm going to be putting it on some decals here and there. So that's what I'm attempting to do. And I'm looking at this chain icon or any of these icons basically. And it seems pretty simple to just do a like so it looks like what we're gonna want is some kind of light bevel on it or something, but we'll figure that one out later. Like this one is just 2 zeros, but like interwoven in a certain way, right? So if we have an outline, I guess we do. I forget that we're working with such big resolution. Like by itself, does that look like the most convincing link icon? No, but if I were to try to mask out the negative space a little bit here. I'm not editing destructively, so I'm okay with if it looks a little raw at first. Just soften it up later. Like, just with that one change, it looks pretty... It looks like a link, right? It looks like exactly this icon. That's what I was essentially attempting to achieve. Is that it's, you know, masking one out or over the other or whatever. So this is right, and this is left, and this is the crown. You would think that, I'm kind of confused by that. The sorting of the text doesn't seem to matter, somehow. Oh, I guess it's because it's not a solid shape or something. But I don't really know. No, that doesn't really change anything. Maybe the stroke has to be over here instead? Yeah, okay, that fixed it. I was wondering what the fuck that was. Because I think joining the two of them is pretty good, generally speaking, but I'm not sure about color. I guess what we could probably do here is we can have the crown be like a blue. Also, apparently we have to duplicate this to a new... Okay, never mind. That's just... Why would it default? Of all things, why would it default to that? That's so weird. It's like a royal blue / ultramarine vibe going on here. It's obviously a little bit brighter than ultramarine is. And then I was kind of thinking that the color of the links would end up being white, but then that means that our stroke should be a dark color instead. And that just doesn't look as good as what it was before. But if it's... I think the black clashes with the blue, though, in a way that I don't like. If it was... If the main colors, the fill colors, were black, were white, rather, for the link, and then blue for the crown, it would be a little bit of a different story. But I think if... I think they all have to be like a black if they're going to be like that. I don't think we can get away with it in another way. But if we go ahead and pop that in here, and then we go to I actually don't remember. If we have like a template for, because I did the pickup partner sign, and I can't remember if I did a template for that. Interesting. Would it technically be considered? I guess I should have searched sign. Yeah. Oh. We're still searching. We're still in there. Where would I have put that? Okay, here it is. Yeah, I was so very sure that I had done a template of them. One thing that is unfortunate is it has been a long time since I've done that sign stuff, so I actually don't know. Little bit of help. Oh, okay, there it is. And this is where we probably... I'm not like crazy fond of how that looks, obviously, so we're gonna try to make it a bit nicer. All right, so obviously we're going to do pretty much the same thing here. We're just going to say this is right and main. Like that. Backfill. Sign. All right. I feel like this is a start, but we should probably have some kind of text. And I feel like it would behoove us to have a text field in general. Maybe like 8-point font, white. Yeah, it's a little busy now, but I like the vibe. I do wish the logo was less pixel fuck, but... Can you still read it if I go below 8? If I do like 6? Kind of, right? Not. It doesn't feel like maybe the answer is real. Maybe 7 point footer. So that's another thing that is funny about this. We're going to have to render it out for each tile set, of course. That comes with the territory. I wasn't particularly bothered by that. Oh yeah, I had a Sony Atomics. I think that's that's just a like a PSD or whatever. I was gonna render a sign out for it, but Oh, it's just in the... It's loose in the thing. Okay. So once we're done with the initial render of this one, I have to actually... Like, I I didn't actually think this far yet. But I'm pretty sure that... Well, basically, I need to figure out which doodad we're going to replace. So if we go to the test map, for example, a good thing to do every now and then. Well, we should definitely do at some point. Oh, you know what? There you go. We should also quickly do exactly what I am doing, which is adding the Ascosi workers and such down here to the testing area. No reason to not have them there. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and jump into our doodads. Oh, this is a jungle map. Okay, so that's a little bit different. So we're going to go to sprites. We're going to go to doodads. I think under Badlands, the sign doodads do exist. So let's just hop over here and say... Interesting that those Badlands doodads have that thing about them. Okay. So these are the 4 sign graphics that exist in the game by default. So I figured just throwing them in there to see which ones we're actively replacing right now is a good way to take a look at which ones we can replace. So it looks like we have... Oh, interesting. We actually do not have replacements for those. So I guess there are actually more doodads than just those signs? I actually don't know if these are their own graphical entries or not. All right, it looks like the Badlands Sons of Korhal sign is replaced with the pickup partner. It also looks like these are indeed bugged in the way that they, or maybe they just didn't, the other ones didn't exist or something. I'm not really entirely sure. But I don't have like other facing angles for those signs in the sprites list. So that means that anyway, the sign doodad here from the space platform is available, but is it actually something we can interact with? Let's find out. Images. All right, it looks like LB sign, and if I'm not really sure what that corresponds to, so what we can do now is we can go into the MPQ rip, start at, it is unit, thingy, tile set, platform, and now we just go and find, okay, LB sign 03 is indeed what we're looking at here. So we've done what we needed to do here. We can go ahead and save this as... Actually, we don't need to save it. We've did everything we needed to do there. But we're going to go into our doodads folder here and actually call this one LB sign 03. What? Open in another program. This. Let's do try again. And then we are going to go ahead in here and say LB sign 03 is what we've got there. And now we're going to call this one, I'm assuming it's LB sign 06. We'll confirm that. Yep. So, up into here. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, it looks like what happened there is that we did not, yeah, we didn't, we saved it, but it recreated it in the wrong location. Let's That's it. Let's do this again. Oops. All right, and then once this is done, we'll put it into the game. And see how we're doing on the visual front. I'll send a screenshot to Jesse, and he can evaluate if that part is handled. The other part of this bounty, though, is, it's worth pointing out, is... Oh, wait. That one. 1, 2, 3. The other part of the bounty is we do need to... 0, 1, 2. Oh yeah, I guess there are 8 now, so I don't know why I was getting myself confused there. We do need to see if we can put just the logo on a on like the communication dish stuff or whatever. So we're gonna see if we can do that. Let's go ahead and grab these files. And what I'm going to do here is we're gonna go into execute unit thingy. How's that? Oh, interesting. So we have LB Sign 03, but it is just the same thing. Okay. So I'm not really entirely sure why we have these lying around here, but I guess it's so that it's easier for me to replace them when the time comes. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to use Shadow Flare for this rather than the usual. We're going to go to Graphics, Doodads, LB Sign 03. We have 8 here. We're going to make a compressed GRP with them. And then we're going to go ahead and pull that into here and do the same thing here. All right. Should be able to pop this into here and place. And now when we pop into the test map, we should see the Crown Link stuff in the... Yep. Okay. So the Crown Link sign we won't mark as done on the bounty part, but we have done some pretty good work on it. I'm happy with that. One thing I think we could use to maybe clean it up a little bit on the sign itself is to disable the outline and then re-enable it manually. Like disable the outline in the layer or what have you. It's a smart object. Okay, so if we take a look over at the space tile set, I guess I'll just open up a new map. Actually, I should probably open up a map that has catwalk already placed. I know just the map. Let's go here. So ignoring the fact that this is a connection between catwalk in the void and catwalk, like the actual platform tile, what we are definitely going to need here is we need... Yeah, we need a thing like this that lands on the ground on the other angle, right? So... One thing that comes to mind is we could probably have the copper coloration on these plates here. We could probably have these, the style, be the blend for on the catwalk itself. This is going to be a toughie. I'm not really sure how we want to navigate the angle here. Like, how would one even go about doing? Okay, I might have a way to do it. It probably won't resemble the default ramp is the problem. I could totally just take the platform ramps and port them on, stitch them onto the catwalk. I don't know if that's what people would want because it is a change in the aesthetic, right? I don't know. Let's do our... Okay, so first of all, we'll take our catwalk, right? Beaver catwalk. Oh, yeah, that was for one of the things that he needed. Catwalk with... Oh. Well, weirdly enough, the catwalk with no rail might actually come in handy for north-facing ramps. Is this for catwalk? What is this? Oh, okay, that's catwalk no rail with... Okay, interesting. The way that I'm thinking this is going to work is we should probably do one of my legendary moves, which is where I select... Oh, I select... Alright. I select something like this. I crop out the middle. And then... let's do this here. Okay. So this is going to be under, right? Or lower is what I usually call it, I guess. And we know that it's supposed to be canvas platform 1. No. Not 2. That is the default. All right, so we have our north-facing top left, you know, pointing up into the left cliff set up here. Now, if we... what I think we need to do for this... I think we need to jump into the cliff area. Not jump off of the cliff, jump into it. Hop in here. Cliff doodad. Right. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and flatten this. Merge visible. And we're just gonna, of course, undo all of that because we don't want to butcher this. Let's go ahead and delete that. No, actually, we shouldn't have deleted that just yet. Right. Yeah, this actually does check out for roughly how we want it to look. Of course, we will want to take this part. Yeah, this is the catwalk ramp template platform. Keep that. Go ahead and delete these. I think this is all correct. File-wise or whatever. Yeah, there you go. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure we're off by one axis, but it shouldn't be the left to right. Okay, so this is correct for what we would want initially. And then in order to sort of preserve what it is we're looking at here, we're going to do that. And then we'll just need to do this. But that's just for visuals. That actually isn't going to matter here. Okay. So let's go back to that catwalk no rail thing. So we are going to all right, so just like that, we've knocked the rail off. So now what we want to do here is the ramp. Let's see here. Okay, so we want some... We definitely want the catwalk to come through. But where are we going to grab? What are we going to grab from here? Should we grab the ramp? Probably we should grab the ramp just to try to duplicate like the shading on each layer or whatever. But we're going to have to paint it a little bit different. So keep looking for E for elevated catwalk. No. Yeah. All right, we're gonna go ahead and grab this little chunka. That's appropriate. Let's do catwalk north. Oh, I guess we need to. North. So this is going to be our sampler. We can go to 512 with... So I don't think this is going to work, but I'm going to give it a try, because if it does, it'll actually save me a lot of time. We got our panel here, right? I'm wondering what if I... Yeah, it looks pretty grungy, right? Because it's It is nearest neighbor in Terp, but it's not like a perfect translation. I know what I was. I think what we could probably do anyway, though, is for perspective reasons, we would actually want to grab this one and pull it up. you funny, Godwheat, you funny. Though I suppose it's not the craziest thing that I've had. Well, okay, I'm not. Never mind. I know what my fucking poll vote is now. Jesus. Get him out of here. Not to be a horn tooter, per se, but I think that broadly speaking, I'd probably be pretty capable of having some interesting ideas that would shift a lot of player expectation, at the very least, no matter what kind of game I decided to go out and make. I have that self-belief, personally. But I have nothing of value to add for pay to win. Nonsense. All right, so this is kind of why I was talking about using the other angle, right? Because this angle and this angle are similar. They're just different. Similar, but different. I feel like once we finish resolving some of the more elusive technical issues like desyncs, we'll be pretty sitting pretty. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even really entirely sure what could stop us. We're starting to get some perspective now, so let's take these. You watching them game back? I hope it's a good one. Got him. Absolutely got him. Got me excited, dude. I thought there was an epic game being played. Or was already played. Feel free to pick out the replay. I know that a lot of people are going to be really hankering for some Muscosi matches. And that's all well and good, but I do need to cast other matchups. You know, other matchups do exist. So. How can we possibly get this part done? I can kind of foresee it. Honestly, that doesn't actually look that bad, and I wasn't even intending for it to be what I used, per se.
Holy shit, I might have done it. I might have done it, lads. Lads.
It's a good day to vote on a God Wheat poll. Oh, wait. You can't make any. Devastating.
Annihilated. Defeated. Destroyed.
All right, I feel like that might be the main way to go here. Well, I hope that the homies are happy with this one. It's not exactly true to form to the other ramp, but I think it'll have to do. It more or less looks the part, so... Alright, so I've got to do some more work on the Crown Link one, logo-wise and art cleanup-wise and all that. But I'm pretty happy with the fact that we have the catwalk ramps taken care of. I wasn't really sure how I was going to handle all of that, so I'm glad I just did it. And I think that'll conclude our stream after I'm done assembling all of that. But we'll take stock of where we're at after this, of course. What's up with this? Oh, I know what happened there. That was just me being a goober. Okay. Well, how did we screw that? Oh, I see. Okay, that should be good there. Oh, except I do need to shift the height up one level. Almost forgot about that little detail. I have no idea how well this tiles. I'll tweak it later if it doesn't work very well, but... I'm making sure I didn't have another instance of the editor open, so I can add this without too much issue. Oh, shit.
Based on what Three Crow said, I think I am boned. Please make a poll. Are polls Wheat's love language? You can select the possible responses.
Well, first I need to figure out how to make a poll, but of course. Oh, here we go. There was no alert. There was alert on my side. I heard the sound. Oh, that took a long time. Oh, there you go. It just took a moment to process. How long should I keep the poll open for, I wonder? I'll leave it open a day. All right, you can tell me if you think that was worth it. Another $10. Well, just like that, Godweed has almost single-handedly submitted all the money we need for weekend wage. Almost. He's gotten more than halfway there. Yeah, Lucy. Yeah. Tell him, Lucy. Let them figure it out. Let them stew on it. Ah, there it is. Got him. Absolutely got him. All right. I do need to go into my grafting materials. This and paste that. Grab this and place that. Here. That's so good. Beautiful. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Godweed has been barred from making polls, and I just streamed for 5 hours working on Cosmonarchy stuff. Yeah, there was some BRBs in there. Actually, only 2 BRBs in 5 hours. Most of them were, or one of them was pretty short, and the other one was like 5 minutes or whatever. So, I'll take it. GG's. We'll be back. What will be doing tomorrow? Tomorrow, clocked in dev stream, donor dev stream, $12 or up. I should give Godweed access. Tomorrow, I give Godweed access to the clocked in channel. All right, GG boys. I'll see you guys. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Some of you guys tomorrow. And otherwise, stay tuned. Peace.